Jai Mataji, everyone. Welcome to Shri Rama International Puja. We are going to start the puja in 5 minutes. So please sit down in front of the PC, screen, or mobile phone and be in the meditative mood. Thank you, Jai Mataji. Jai Shri Mataji, everyone. Welcome to International Shri Rama Puja. So let us all together worship our Divine Mother. Let's start with collective pranam and taking bandhan. クミュートの時のハンドサインって何かありますか？こうすればいいですか？じゃあマイクお願いします。
Ganesha, 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 Jai Jai Shri Ganesha. Ganesha, 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 Jai Jai Shri Ganesha. Sumukha ekadanta, Sumukha ekadanta, Kapila Gajakarnaka, Kapila Gajakarnaka, Gajakarnaka, Gajakarnaka. Hey! Ganesha, 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 Jai Jai Shri Ganesha. Ganesha, 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 Jai Jai Shri Ganesha. Lamboda Vikata, Lamboda Vikata, Vignana Shakanani, Vignana Shakanani, O Ganani, O Ganani. Hey! Ganesha, 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 Jai Jai Shri Ganesha. Ganesha, 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 Jai Jai Shri Ganesha. Dhumraketu Ganavyasha, Dhumraketu Ganavyasha, Balachandra Gajanana, O Balachandra Gajanana, Gajanana, Gajanana. Hey! Ganesha, 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 Jai Jai Shri Ganesha. Ganesha, 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 Jai Jai Shri Ganesha. Jai Jai Shri Ganesha. Jai Jai Shri Ganesha.
Let's try to keep our attention on our Sahasrara. Shri Mataji, please come to our Sahasrara. Now let us stand up and let's sing Swagata Agat to welcome Shri Mataji.
Swagata Agata Swagatam Swagata Agata Swagatam Hum sab karke Swagatam Hum sab karke Swagatam Aaj hamare beech parare Shri Mataji aap hidare Jhum jhum ke karate gaan, oh jhum jhum ke
बोलो श्री आदिशक्ति माता जी श्री निर्मला देवी की जय।
Param Puja Shri Mataji. On this auspicious day of Ram Navami, April 10th, 2022, we the Sahajis gathered online from all over the world would like to worship you by offering humble puja to your divine lotus feet in the form of Shri Sita and Shri Rama. Shri Mataji, we humbly request you to be present all through this puja with all the deities and request your permission for us to be the instrument of your divine love. By worshipping your form as Shri Rama, may your subtle yet powerful power of love eradicate all the hate and anger in all men's heart and neutralize all the conflicts and fights among the human race. Param Puja Shri Mataji, we sincerely pray from the bottom of our hearts that your kingdom will prevail on earth. Jai Shri Mataji. This is the Lakshmi basket from all the hosting countries. Let's sing Vinatisani.
पूजन का अधिकार 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 दीजिए पूजन का अधिकार अधिकार दीजिए पूजन का अधिकार दीजिए अधिकार दीजिए शरणागत है हृदय पुजारी विनती सुनिए आदि शक्ति मेरी विनती सुनिए आदि शक्ति मेरी पूजन का अधिकार दीजिए पूजन का अधिकार दीजिए शरणागत है हृदय पुजारी विनती सुनिए आदि शक्ति मेरी विनती सुनिए आदि शक्ति मेरी सगम सगम पगम पनी म पनी सा गरे सा नि ध प म गरे सा गम प गुरु चरणन की लागी लगन है गुरु चरणन की लागी लगन है तव चरणन में उतरा स्वर्ग है तव चरणन में उतरा स्वर्ग है परमेश्वरी है मंगलकारी परमेश्वरी प्रीत बहे अविरल नयनन से,
प्रीत बहे अविरल नयनन से।
हे हृदयेश्वरी भव भय भंजन,
हे हृदयेश्वरी भव भय भंजन।
माए से शुभ शक्ति दीजिए,
माए से शुभ शक्ति दीजिए।
सब में जागे आनंद बिहारी, विनती सुनिए आदि शक्ति मेरी, विनती सुनिए आदि शक्ति मेरी। और कहूँ क्या अंतर्यामी,
और कहूँ क्या अंतर्यामी।
आत्मबोध अनुभूति की दात्री,
आत्मबोध अनुभूति की दात्री।
आदि गुरु गुरुओं की माता,
गुरुओं की माता।
इस विनीत को गुरु पर दीजिए, विनती सुनिए आदि शक्ति मेरी, विनती सुनिए आदि शक्ति मेरी। पूजन का अधिकार दीजिए, पूजन का अधिकार दीजिए। शरणागत है हृदय पुजारी, विनती सुनिए आदि शक्ति मेरी, विनती सुनिए आदि शक्ति मेरी, विनती सुनिए आदि शक्ति मेरी।
Now let us listen to Shri Mataji's divine words. Shri Navami Puja talk.
Yes, it's all. So first of all, you start talking about energies. That is that for me. These energies are moving within us and how they activate. Then you talk of the third energy, which is the one which has evolved us. That's how we are here. And you talk about yourself, the controlling part, which is controlling you, the spirit. So if you go on an abstract line, it would be very appealing. Then afterwards, see, once you have talked about energies, this, that, once the people, that is within you, see, sort of they'll feel ego, this thing, oh, we have this energy, we can utilize this energy, do this, do that. And then you bring them down to certain later. But to begin with, let us talk of abstract. Because Indians are different and Western people are different. They are fed up of religion, they are fed up of all this. So if you talk of religion, it creates a problem. That's why in the beginning, you see, Vedas, when they were written down, they didn't talk of God or deities at all. They talk about God, about the Creator, but just about Brahmadeva. Throughout Hiranyagarbha, Brahmadeva, right side they talk. And the whole thing is that mantra is like Bhur Bhuva Swaha Shriti. Now Bhu is actually Muladhara. It's the earth upper Muladhara. Muladhara chakra and Muladhara itself. Then Bhuva. Bhuva is the one which is called the Antariksha, is the one which is all created. He talks of Brahmadeva. Then Swaha. Swaha is capacity to burn off of the Agni. It is so surprising. And then they talk of Mahatapa. Tapaha and Maha. Swaha, Mahatapa. So when they talk of Swaha, they talk of Maha. Maha is what you call the great. Allahu Akbar. And of Tapa. Tapa is the one where you have to become a tapasvi, means a person who is going into penance, that of Christ. And they say that you have to penetrate through the Surya. That is this. The whole thing is in such an abstract way. And then you get to your moksha. So they have talked of all the chakras. But if you talk about the abstract part of it, people have no objection. They listen to it. There's no religion as such. So today especially, I'm talking about Vedas and this Havanas we do. When we do the Havan, it is a yajna. Yajna means by which you know. Yajna means to know. Yajna. And this is done where you use Swaha as the word. That means you use the principle of fire to burn off all that is wrongly. Swaha. And you awaken it by taking the different names of the God. And it started at the time of Rama. Today is Rama. I should say it was not started, we should say, but it was very much in vogue when Rama lived, and they used to do yajnas at that time. The reason was the people had just started realizing that there is something higher and you have to worship that higher self, the seer said. And they thought that best thing is to do yajnas. The same thing. On the left side, of course, people started the worshipping of God and dedication to God and all those things. That is bhakti. But mainly what they did before Rama was the yajnas, Vedas, with which they prayed to different elements. Elements have made our chakras and tried to evoke the deities of the elements. But actually it amounts to the same. So as a child, Rama was studying with a very great saint. And when he was studying with him, Vasishtha was the name of the great saint. And Vasishtha had an ashram where Rama and his brothers studied. Come now. Come in. Come forward. Give her a chair to sit down. Can you, is there a seat there? I think, Gail, you can go. Lots of seats are there. Rama was studying with this Vasishta, and they used to come for holidays to father's place. Then she had the capacity to kill a demon with only one arrow. It's called an ekabani. One arrow was sufficient of Shri Ram. And he was a small little child, say about 7-8 years of age. And people were surprised how he could do it. So whenever they had a yajna, now these yajnas were created to awaken, to evoke the deities inside the spinal cord, actually. And for these yajnas, they used to sit down and do all these havanas the way we do it. But at that time, the Rakshasas would come and try to spoil the yajna. Because yajnas are to be done with pure heart and with cleanliness and with purity. It should not be insulted. There is a protocol about it. While they thought that if we insult the deities there, then the deities will disappear and their yajnas will be spoiled. Now these yajnas were done in the olden times, even when Rama was not here. But at the time of Rama also, there were some Rakshasas who took a special pleasure in spoiling these yajnas. And Rama as a child would go and protect them from the demons. And the demons would take some sort of a funny form and come like invisible creatures and put some bones of animals and things like that in the yajna. And that would spoil the effects of the yajna. And Rama would protect that as a child. Imagine, as a child he used to do that. They would be doing the yajna and he would be sitting outside with all his small brothers around him, and they would kill the demons who would try to destroy the yajna. This is the early life of Rama, in which you see how, as a child also, he showed his amount of expertise, you can say, in arrow and bow. So anytime you see a statue, how to make out a Shri Rama statue is to see if there's an arrow and a bow, then it's a Rama statue. Now he is coming on this earth, gave us the development of the right side. And so the yajnas were also on the right side. Because, first of all, when human beings came on this earth, they were frightened of all the animals who would invade them and all kinds of horrible Rakshasas and all those people and negative forces, they would trouble them. So in that state, they needed to create a king, a ruler, who was an ideal king and he would rule according to the laws of Dharma. So he was the one in charge of that era, what we call as Satya Yuga, I could say. But actually, he was here in Treta Yuga. That's the time when he was here, was Treta Yuga. And Krishna came at the time of Dwapar Yuga. And today is the time when I came, it was Kali Yuga. But now today, the time is of Kruta Yuga. The Yuga where work will be done. Kruta means work will be done. This is the time where work will be done. So how things have moved from one to another. Now in the Dwapar Yuga, when Shri Rama came, the idea of kingship and rulership start. So the greatest emphasis was on the goodwill of the people. The people had to have goodwill for the people and for the king and for the betterment of humanity. The will, that is the right side. So how to create the goodwill? First, the leader has to sacrifice and show how far he can go in sacrificing to keep the morale and the goodwill of the people. So the right side was created by the advent of Shri Rama because he showed a path of creating among people the awareness that they should be ruled, that they should not be anarchist. There should be one head who should be able to organize, coordinate and work out a collective thing. You see, when we think of a king, we want to oust him because we don't like the idea of being ruled by him. Because he's not a good king perhaps, or he doesn't represent that will of the people, which is a common will, which creates this king who rules for the maintenance of that good. See, it is a symbolic expression of your good. So when you create a law, it is also the expression, common expression of all the common people, of the common feeling that they should abide with law. It doesn't come to you that you are a slave, or you have to be dominated, or you have to be put down. But it is only your common will which is good. The desire of all the people, which is the good, righteousness, incarnates as Shri Rama. And he looks after that will, because supposing an individual may start saying that this is not good, this is not good. An individual might take a different attitude about it. But you must have some symbol of that goodness placed onto someone. And those symbols were created to symbolize your righteousness, your sense of good, so that you can be saved yourself. Supposing today somebody comes and hits you, all right? Now you can feel how bad it is to be hit by someone or murdered by someone or this. So you decide there should be a law protecting you. But tomorrow you may do the same thing. So what you do is to take out your goodwill, represent it as the kingdom or a king or a governing body. So the government as it is represents, should represent also both ways. It's not that it always represents, it may not at all represent, may not, possibly. But that the government itself should represent the good in you, the purity in you, the pure will to be good, to be protected. And that you should also abide by. It's a very mutual thing. But what happens? That once you start electing someone like that, or making someone like that, or appointing someone like that, as usual, he goes into a ego trip. Simple thing like that. It's absolutely a simple ego trip. The government gets into an ego trip. People get, you see, amazed how people behave. They'll elect, supposing a prime minister, and suddenly you find the prime minister behaves like a brute. You can't understand. We have elected somebody like a prime minister thinking that is going to be good to us. You see, it's possible. And then the revolutions take place while people revolt, fight it out. Again, the will of the people fights it and makes it all. So come now, come. Come here, forward. You can come forward. So we have to have something absolute. You see, because all these values are changing every moment. Isn't it? We think that this government is not good. So, for example, we think like that. So we want to demolish this government. Then we bring another one. We find the same thing happening. See, whether you bring a communist or you bring a socialist or you bring a democrat or you have a monarch, whatever you may have. But still, what happens actually is that all these things that come up and go away, Lavin, come here. Let me move forward a little so everybody can listen. All these changes that take place goes on creating a feeling in a man that we should be anarchist. Why should we have any government? Why should we have any king? Why should we rule by anyone? Because you find the person who is ruling is not up to the mark. And he is just trying to deceive you. At that point, you have to have some absolute standards. If you have an absolute standard, then you can always judge that this king is deviating from the right path, is not doing what a king should do. A king has to be like Rama. He has to be like Rama, representing your will, your goodwill, your sense of proper judgment, fair play, and righteousness. If the king is not righteous, then your collective goodwill will go against the king. Now you go on throwing one from another. Say, I've seen now, for example, say in France, we had one kind of a prime minister. He did lots of things which were not good, so he was thrown away. So you had another kind of one. Now he is doing another thing, so he is going to be thrown away. And we are just playing games. You see, first of all, we have, say, Labour government, we don't like it. So we have another government, Conservative government. We don't like it, throw away. Go on playing with it all the time. But in this relativity, you see, we are improved. Definitely, we are more aware, understanding, and the value of these people, and also the public is understanding. But then when, you see, too many such people come in who are negative, they also bring down the will, the collective will, very low. And people start identifying themselves with these autocrats, or you can say those people ego-oriented, who have no moral values, who have no fear of God, who deny religion, who deny evolution, and the government starts behaving in such a manner that you are amazed. How is this the government? Like, you can say, in Chile, in Argentina, the way government is behaving and is putting down the people. All these things are happening. You see, you don't know. It's such a relative terminology. Like El Salvador, you don't know what to do with that now, whom to support. Whether to support the Americans or to support the Russians and all that. Now, under these circumstances, the Sahaja can stand and say, now what, should we join this or that? All is a wasteful thing. It's just a game going on. Let them break their heads. They are good for nothing, useless people. So you cannot solve these problems, and you are not supposed to solve them. They must get their realization and establish the kingdom of God. So really Rama rules on this earth, and not these horrible kings who change their morality every day, who change their ideas every day, those who are built is sometimes for something materialistic. I would say now in our country, we thought that we'll have Mrs. Thatcher, good, very good. She's coming up very well, I should say, certain good things she's saying, like self-restraint and all that, those things she's talking good things. But what about herself following this? Shri Rama not only propounded what was good, but he followed that. He sacrificed for that. And he established his own symbol as a pure symbol of that righteous will that is within the people, which is the collective righteous will. Now, for example, you can see clearly how the ego-oriented things work out. You see, first of all, by misidentifications we can have. Now, if you are a communist, you have to be out and out communist. You cannot have compromise between democratic methods and communism. You can't find any integration. They think if you have to be this, you have to be absolutely this. If you have to be that, it has to be absolutely that. But in Sahaja Yoga, what you find is both are integrated. Because you have the complete capital with you and have to distribute it. This is a complete integration here. All these isms and all that are experiments of the artificial, of the mind, just a projection of the mind, which is whatever man made is artificial, you know that. But what is God made is all integrated, that whatever you have within yourself, you must give it to others. Now see for administration also, what happens after surgery. Say, I am, say, your mother, here sitting down. You like me to guide you. You like me to govern you. You like me to correct you. You like me to scold you. And to even go to a great extent to see that your life improves. Supposing I say, all right, I give up, I don't want to trouble you. You will not like it. None of you will like such a situation. Where I say, all right, you are a gone case, I have nothing to do. You get out. Nobody will like such a situation. You want me to govern you. You want me to look after you. You like that. Automatically you have started liking it. There's no domination, but you want my domination. You want me to dominate. You want that all my desires should be dominated. Automatically. Why you feel that it is all right, it is very good, if mother takes interest in me, corrects me, it's a privilege. Why do you think like that? Because by that there is a general good created. There is a general good created. Because you have become integrated. Your body, your mind, and your soul, all of them think the same. They all want the same. There's no difference. Once there is integration, you will find Sahaja Yoga is the easiest way to live it. But if there is not, then it is true. For you are a lazy person, for example, or you are a very hot-tempered person, or you are a sort of a dual person, or you are playing tricks with yourself, you are playing games, then you won't like Sahaja Yoga. As long as these situations are in you, you will not like Sahaja Yoga. But once this situation is overcome, then you will like it. Because then you will know that whatever is good for your spirit is for the well-being of you all and of all the people. Once this well-being comes in, everyone feels absolutely nourished and fresh. So, the governing part is enjoyable. The correction part is even more enjoyable, and that you are in the attention of your mother is such a great feeling within yourself that yes, no, nothing will go wrong with me, she'll look after. She is there to look after. But this integration part comes very late because of ego problems. You have built up egos because of wrong type of people administering. From your childhood, you might have had bad parents who never talked of God, of good things, of life. They themselves do not lead a life of sacrifice. Very self-indulgent parents can create a problem like that. They never gave you the right type of life, a proper value system which should have been there. They never educated how to enjoy righteousness, virtues in life. Possibly later on the country in which you are born, the other people who surround you also might have done that. Also your government, whichever you have known, must have done that. So when these things change, when you find that you have achieved that kind of integration within you, that whatever your body likes is too good for your spirit also. Like say for example, I don't like certain things myself. I don't like drinks. I don't like it. I just don't like it. Nobody can tempt me. I mean, no question of temptation. I just don't like it. I will hate the things which are really bad for my spirit. Automatically, I don't have to tell myself. It's just that. To tell lies, I don't lie. All right, because it harms me. There, I don't like. Whatever is good for your spirit will automatically work out as soon as this integration takes place. And this is the work of Sahaja Yoga today. That's why I said it is Krita Yoga, is to be done. And this integration must be achieved within ourselves. So sometimes you have to make your body to come to this level. Maybe you are under the influence of some boots, your body doesn't help. A little bit of tapasvita or penance is needed after surgery to make this possible. And then once you start enjoying it, then you like it. Like driving a car, in the beginning it's difficult. Or swimming, anything. When you try to do it, it's rather difficult in the beginning. If I say, you forget it now. Whatever you have done in the past, you forget it now. Get to the new things. You have to do it. So you have to put your mind to it with all your full zest. That all right, if my body is not helping me, all right, I'll try to improve my body because I'm not the body. If my mind is not helping me, I must improve my mind. If my intellect is standing in the way, I'll have to put my intellect right. Because after all, I have to be integrated. If I'm not integrated, I'm not going to enjoy anything. Nor am I going to do anything good to myself or to others. So why am I here? Why am I trying to destroy myself? But when you are disintegrated, you will be surprised your one action will destroy your second action, and second action will destroy third action when you are disintegrated. I'll give you an example. Supposing now I'm sitting here and somebody tells me that this will burn. This is my own mind. But the body wants to burn itself. It says, no, all right, don't listen to this, just burn itself. Now when I say this, it sounds absurd. But say, the mind says, you should not take your alcohol. But still you will go to the pub. Then you are disintegrated. Gradually, once you start listening to your body too much, your mind leaves. It just leaves. In everything that you do, if you are integrated, you will be amazed that you will really become dynamic. Integration is nothing but your complete connection with your spirit. The spirit starts growing into it. In every walk of life, you will be amazed how dynamic you will become if you are integrated. Just the connection is to be absolutely achieved with your spirit. Whenever you think of something, is it good for my spirit? Some people have a habit of thinking that spiritual life is such that you hang by the shoestring somewhere in the air and there is no connection to the day-to-day life. So many people think like that. They see such a man should be a thin, miserable creature hanging onto some tree or something and should be absolutely in a paranoid state or something, that who is frightened of the whole world, who cannot talk to anyone, who is so much exclusive that he becomes a recluse. These absurd ideas should be given up by surgery. You have to be very much there, absolutely there, between all of them. But something you should be rare, a different type, a unique personality. You have to be there with all these things that are going on. Now, people are frightened, Even of Sahaja Yogis, they are frightened of Sahaja Yogis. they see somebody negative, oh, this thing, that. You take a fight with that person. Take a fight. How could you dare do this, such a thing? You are a Sahaja, come up. What do you mean by this? You have to fight. As long as possible, you should try to salvage a person, talk to him in that manner. The other side of it is that when they come to you, then there has to be a kind of a tremendous sincerity. If you are doing with that sincerity, people will know you are doing with sincerity. When you talk to a person, they should know that sincerity, your heart is there. For example, you may talk to that person very sweetly, but your heart may not be there, and the person might think, oh, he's just seeking elections. All right? But if you talk to someone with a sincerity, you say, how could you do such a thing? Can't you see yourself? Can't you work it out? That's what it is. You are here for that. Now, in saying so, your sincerity, which is coming from your heart, is to be seen. And that's what is Shri Rama's character is. That he was on the right side of the heart. Means the heart put to activity. Do you understand that? Where Cabella has said, Mana mamata ko thira kar lao. I will make my compassion of my heart, mana, from my heart, the compassion, make it steady. Or pancha hi tattva milau, and put them into 5 elements. See, in the same way, when you are in the left heart, that's your sincerity. It's your heartfelt thing. But the heartfelt thing, what's the use? You see, there are many Sahaja who really feel this world is horrible and something must be done, Sahaja must be brought in. But how many of you are really putting that to action? Absolutely into action. Without that, your Rama's Tattva cannot be improved. Rama's Tattva is only improved when you put all the things into action that exactly Shri Rama did. So in the ascent of man, when he came up to Rama's place, the advent of Rama was not in the center but on the right hand side. He moved aside. So much so that he forgot about his past. It's never mentioned that he is an incarnation. He never told his father, he never told his mother, he never told anybody that he was an incarnation. Of course it was evident that he was. His brother knew about it. Now he had 2 brothers, very interesting. I mean, he had other brothers also, but Bharat and another was Lakshmana. These were 2 brothers were with him. Now they show the 2 sides of a human being. One was Lakshmana, and he was that fiery type, you see. He couldn't bear anybody misbehaving towards Rama. He couldn't bear anybody talking in a very mundane type to Shri Rama. And he used to get so angry with all these people that he would just come out like a big thunderbolt on anybody who tried to say anything about Shri Rama. Even Parshurama, who was there, a contemporary incarnation of Shri Rama himself was Parshurama. It's a very interesting story about that. But he could not bear Parshurama in any way is the Shesha, as they call it, the serpent which sleeps in the Bhavasagar, on which Sri Vishnu rests. The same Shesha had taken birth as Sri Lakshmana. Now for a Western mind, you see, to them snakes are sort of, if you talk about snakes, for them only they know the Adam and Eve snake, that's all, they don't understand anything. And they can't understand why people worship snakes. You see, snakes are like cobra and all that, they are like the kings, you see, they are the kings of the underground. And Shesha is the who supports the whole universe. So this Shesha is worshipped, as the cobras are worshipped in many villages in India, even today. You see, because they don't trouble anyone. Because they are like deities, are worshipped in India. And they don't sometimes they do, but mostly they do not bite a good religious man. There's a story of Sainath, where a what do you call it, snake charmer was given lot of money just to kill Sri Sainath. And he, because Sainath used to in the night suddenly go up to his own swing he had made about 30 feet above the ground. God knows. Nobody knew how he used to go there, but they would find him sleeping up there. So the snake was taken by this snake charmer, and he put the snake onto Sainath. And the snake went there, and Sainath talked to him. And he said, "Oh God, you've come here to meet me after such a long time. And what is your job?" He said, "This horrible snake charmer has asked me to bite you. So I've come to tell you, be careful about these people." This snake charmer was looking with amazement that she was talking to him. He said, "All right, you go now." He talked to him. These are age-old snakes, you see. So the snake went and bit the but then he came down, you see, from his thing, and he sucked his poison and threw it. Because after all, you see, he said the snake is angry with you because he tried such a trick. So he sucked. That's compassion. That's compassion. And he sucked his venom out, and the fellow was completely changed. And he said, "Now I'm going to announce it to all the people what these Brahmins tried to kill, that they wanted to kill Sri Sainath. And for why? Why were they so frightened of this man? He used to live outside the village, and they were so frightened of him because they were doing all wrong things in the name of God. So they were all frightened that they will be exposed. So this is what it is, that he sleeps on the Shesha. And Shesha is the one who is sometimes expressed in Sahajogis, I have seen, as anger, when you try to be non-protocolish, or when you try to be funny, or you don't behave yourself. That's the Shesha in that. That is also sometimes needed. You have to be a Shesha sometimes, because otherwise people will start misbehaving, and by that they will be harmed. Not that I will be harmed, but they will be harmed. So that kind of temperament is also needed. But the other one is very interesting, is that of Bharata, the brother. He showed how Shri Rama bestowed the kingdom to him because of his mother's agitation. And he didn't know what to do. So because he went back to Rama and he said, "I to take back your kingdom, I don't want anything. You are the one who should govern. Why should I have it?" So Rama said, "All right, you just be there in charge of the kingdom. I have to obey my father. I have to obey my mother because I have given them a promise." So Shri Rama's another great quality was, once given a promise, is to be kept. This is another quality we have to have, that if you have promised anything, you have to keep it. If you have said, "I will do this," you must do it. You should not find out excuses to avoid it. It's absolutely an anti-God activity to avoid doing things that you have promised. Your deities will never be happy. You must see that whatever you have promised, you must do. Now, when Bharata was sent back by him, he said, "All right, give me your sandals, which I'll take there, and I'll use them as if that's a symbol of you being there." And he put those sandals on the throne, and he ruled that kingdom and looked after Bharata. Though he was, when he was going to see Rama, then Lakshmana saw him coming, and he said, "Look at this, he's coming here to invade you now. He has thrown you out of the kingdom, and now he's coming to invade you." So this is also I've seen among Sahajogis is that that the Sahajogis who are like Shesha cannot see also the goodness of other Sahajogis who are very good people, extremely sacrificing, nice people, but their intentions are not understood or misunderstood, which is a very sad thing. You must see the intentions of another type of people also, who may not be so hot-tempered, may not be so much angry, but their intentions are very good. They have come actually to ask for the sandwich of Shri Ram. So among these two type of people I have seen, there is always a bit misunderstanding going on. So both the types of people should try to understand that we both are needed for Sahaja Yoga. I cannot only do with one type of people. We have to have both type of people who look after both the styles of the thing. But when you are dealing with others, one should go as one. For example, if a person is, say, coming to Caxton Hall and he says something, then you should weigh it whether he is a new one or an old one. If he is a new one, then you must show all gentleness, kindness, all kinds of exterior things which will please him. The reason is he is not a realized soul. He doesn't see your subtle thing. What he sees is what you are outside. How you are dressed, how you talk to them, how you behave towards them. All these things they see first. They don't see what you have got inside. They can't see your heart. They can't feel your vibrations. So you have to be very kind to them. You have to be very sweet to them. I received a letter from someone saying that the Sahajogis have been very, very rude to me and have been angry. Like the other day, somebody came who was sitting at the back. They are trying to salvage the, the people who are lost by the cults or whatever it is. They were sitting at the back, and when I said, come forward, and he didn't come, so you said, you get out. You should not say, let me say. That time you should keep quiet. Nobody should say, get out, if you are not doing. Because, you see, the thing is, if you say, we don't care for people who are not humble, then they are going to be lost in any case. Let us give them a fair chance. Let us give them a fair chance to come into Sahaja Yoga, first by your behavior. Now, some people have a habit of sort of talking to them a bit too much. They should not talk. That's one thing I feel, that while giving vibrations and all that, at the most you should ask, are you feeling any cool breeze? With one thing I feel, that while giving vibrations and all that, at the most you should ask, are you feeling any cool breeze? With very humble way. And this is another quality of Shri Rama, is a sankoch. There's no word in English language, because you have formality, which is a very insipid word to describe sankoch. Because there is no integration between your heart and formality. But if you can think of a formality of the heart, then what do you call that? What will you call in English language? The formality of the heart.
Sincerity.
Huh?
Sincerity.
No, sincerity is different. It's an action. Sincerity is an abstract thing. But formality from the heart. You see, how to say such a thing?
Honestly, no. Honestly.
Huh?
Honestly, no.
What is it?
Honestly.
What is it?
Honestly.
No, not honesty. These are all abstract words. In action. You see, say, so for example, now I'm sitting, now they bring me a cup, alright? It's a broken cup, for example. You go to somebody's house, it's a little broken. So, if an Indian is there, I don't know about Western side, he'll eat, he'll drink it. He will not say anything, it's broken already. But maybe somebody might say, it's a broken cup. It's broken. Or say, you go to somebody's house, see, and you don't like a color scheme or something. So, for an Indian person, it would be not proper to immediately say like that. For an Indian. The formality of the heart. You see, not to say something in such a way that you touch the wrong side of the person. It's Sankocha. Now to such an extent Shri Rama had. That there's a good story, I think I said it before also, but again I'll repeat it, which is described in the another Ramayana written by Tulsidasa, though Tulsidasa was not a realized soul, but some points he has brought out very well. He says that Sri Rama was putting the arrows into the against the heads of Ravana, and he had 10 heads, and he had a boon that every head that falls off, another head will come up. He had a boon like that. So his brother says, what are you doing? You know that he cannot die by killing him, by putting the arrows across his head. You have to put it in his heart, otherwise he will not die. So the Sankocha comes in him, and he said, see, in his heart he has got my wife, because he loves her, and she's sitting in his heart. How can I hit him in the heart? She'll be hurt. See the delicacy of his understanding. So he said, then by hitting his head, is he going to be killed? He said, you see, attention, once it is going towards his head, his attention will be withdrawn from his heart. And once the attention is withdrawn, my wife will not be there anymore, then I'll hit him and I'll kill him. So see this Sankocha. You see, then you will understand that how we are rude and arrogant. You see, this kind of arrogance and rudeness comes to us because we have no Sankocha. We should not say everything to everyone. We need not. Should we say everything? Say, for example, in your puja, maybe you are doing something which should not be done. I know it's wrong. Unless until absolutely wrong, I will not tell. I said gradually tell that. Because otherwise, you become like this. She tensed up. You must see Linda's face if I tell her anything. She goes into. So, you see, that Sankocha, that understanding comes if you love someone and understand. Now you have to love all the seekers of the world. They have done wrong, they have done all kinds of ego trips, they have done all kinds of mistakes, but your mother loves them and you have to love them. If they are to be corrected, I'll do that. You just don't do that way that they feel hurt. Put a Sankocha. While talking to each other, educate yourself. Train yourself to say things which are sweet and nice, which will make another person feel that this person is a properly brought up person in Sahaja Yoga tradition. So we have a Sahaja Yoga tradition also, in which when we speak to each other, we have that Sankocha within us of Shri Rama. And if you do not have that Sankocha, you get the right heart. And that right heart is a very dangerous thing in a country like England where the climate is so bad, because it gives you a horrible thing called asthma. I'm not frightening you, but it's true. You get asthma if your right heart is gone. Not necessarily that asthma all comes from only right heart, can also come from center heart. But you get right heart, you definitely get asthma. So the attitude, you see, like your father. I've heard people talking to father also in such a funny way. You can't talk to your father like that. They talk to me also very rudely. I mean, I've seen people, Sahaja Yogis, shockingly sometimes, on a very mundane level, or you can say on a very unprotocolish way, get you into right heart. So this Sankoch one has to learn. The Maryada means the boundaries of your relationships. You see, we love each other doesn't mean that we go on aggressing others' privacies. To what extent you love each other doesn't mean that you go in such a way that you try to transgress all the beauties and all the privacies of another person. See, somebody walks into the bedroom, that is not the way Sahaja Yoga. I may not tell, but you must knock if you have to. And knock at a time when you need it, all the time to knock. or to hang on to someone all the time is not. Sankocha is a complete cultural stuff. So we have a cultural tradition which we have to learn from Shri Rama. He is known for his Sankocha every time. How to say this? I cannot say. We have this very much ingrained within us. The children are to be educated in that way, and once they are educated that way, they will learn the Sankocha. And that will give them a proper understanding of social life. Like you now see, this light is here. If you put your finger to it, it might burn and you may remove your finger. But if you are with another person, and if you try to take liberties with that person, a day may come when that person will misbehave or will harm you or do something to you. But still you will not realize it is because you have no sankoch it has happened. So this sankoch has to be worked out very beautifully in every way. In thanksgiving, in accepting somebody's gratitude, in expressing your love to another person in a way that is a sankoch. Now, Shri Rama is known for his boundaries. He doesn't cross the limit. The other day I told you about food, that you don't cross the boundaries of food, like being compassionate to the bugs and to the mosquitoes. You see, in the same way, in everything, discretion of the heart should be there. Now, there is no word for discretion of the heart in English language, which is maryada. Discretion of the heart. Is to understand, say example, if you are rude to your father, what do you gain? You gain nothing. But if you are humble, you might gain over. With your father, all right. Even if he is a bad man. Because what happens in reaction, if you say psychologically, supposing you are a son of a father who is doing something wrong, and you are obedient to him, he will always have a fear that he will lose you if you fall in your idea. So by that humility, you will raise it. If you are humble, if your behavior towards your parents is like Shri Rama's, there's nothing to lose. You don't compromise in your any principles or anything. In day-to-day things, like that your father is sitting. I mean, in India, if the father is there, you won't sit down before him. You won't sit at any cost. Till he tells you 10 times, you won't sit before him. It helps, Then it reacts on the father that supposing if I misbehave, my child will not respect. So the sense of respect also comes from your heart. That's only possible if you know that maryada from your heart. How far to go? What is the need to be rude to your father? No need at all. At any cost, what is the need? Or to your husband? Or to your wife? Why say anything harsh to anyone? What is the need? What are you going to gain out of it? By saying anything harsh, I have not seen people have improved. Only when a guru is harsh, or the mother or father are harsh to the children, it helps. Nowhere else it helps. In common relationships, like brothers, sisters, it does not, and higher and lower. The lower person have to bear the harshness of elders if they want to improve. There's nothing. After all, they are not going to throttle you. Supposing even if he says something bad to you, doesn't matter. All right. You try to, and there one has to remember what Christ has said, that you must put another cheek. So use the heart's discretion, how far to go to a person. In the effect of it, you will be a very, very powerful person. In your family, in Sahaja, anyway. Those people who are obedient to me are very powerful Sahaja. You know that. And those who are not, go down very fast. I try to save them by everything. But I've seen those who are disobedient, who don't listen to me, who are rude to me, who do not understand the protocol, go down very much in Sahaja. Absolutely like that. In a second I find they're going hundreds of feet down. It's true. Because what is lacking you is the discretion, the maryada, how far to go. And that's another thing we have to learn to educate ourselves. So the education of Shri Rama, as it was, I told you that he could kill a demon with one arrow. You don't have to beat them 108 times. One beating should be sufficient. But you have to be powerful people, and the power of a person increases by putting maryada. Supposing you have wheat and you just spread it, it will spread all over. Birds will come and eat it off. It will be finished. But if you put them in a sack, it will have a weight, it will have a size, it will raise in height, and it is useful. It will have respect. But the thing that is all spread all over, which has no maryada, will never be respected. Nothing works out without maryada. Even the light keeps to a maryada. You have to keep your maryadas. That is the part of our training. Say, for example, an aeroplane is there, and it is not bound by any maryadas. See, it is not bound. When it goes in the air, it will not finish. All our ideas of freedom are to be bound by maryada. If the freedom has no maryada, it is abandonment. It is nonsense. It is not going to help us. So we have to create out of Sahajogis great politicians. It has been predicted that if Sahaja does not spread, then Third World War is inevitable. People will suffer a lot with Third World War. It is possible to avoid it if people take to Sahaja in a big number. But if they do not, there will be a Third World. And the effects of that will harm people so much that ultimately it is the Sahajogis who will be called for a conference and not the diplomats. The Sahajogis will be consulted and they will decide what is to be done for the world, and they will become the rulers of tomorrow's world. So we must have full idea how to be rulers like Shri Rama. We have to go too far with ourselves, to training up ourselves, educating ourselves, getting rid of our egos, and understanding that we have to grow. It's a very big task, it's a great task, and sometimes you might think, how can mother expect us to do it? But I think you are the people who are chosen for it, and you have to get to it and work it out. So we have to train up ourselves to be first good rulers of ourselves and the rulers of others. First we must learn to rule ourselves. You see, here in this body only you learn how to rule yourself. Comfort, if you get fond of comfort, make your body work it out that there is no comfort needed. If your body indulges into too much eating or anything, make your body learn that it's not good to indulge in. If you speak too much, talk too much, if you are rude, just say that I'm not going to say a word from morning till evening. Take to Mauna. So the tapa is the penance time, is now ahead of us. With that penance, the greatest thing that is going to help you is to go and talk of Sahaja, give the message of my advent, and also talk about how the transformation, the blossom time has come. This you have to do, plus you have to learn how to rule yourself and then how to rule others through your heart, not through your mind. You have to rule through your hearts by learning all the qualities of the heart which I have told you. I must congratulate you for the article you have written on blossom time. I have gone through it, I have really enjoyed it thoroughly. It's done very well, may God bless you. And I think it will have a good... I'm surprised how they have published it. Have they changed in their mind or what happened? It's amazing. Have you seen that article? It's great. Come along, come forward. And thank you very much for the nice creepers you have sent me. Marie, they are so beautiful. You see, they still are under the shock, you see, because I removed them from your gentle care to mine. And mine is a little sort of flippant one now. But today we tried to do some justice to them. I'm sure we gave them a bandhan. mean you want to be more intelligent?
No, to get rid of the rubbish, Mother.
Rubbish that is in the head. See, the best one in Sanskrit is said is yan neti neti vachaner nigomo abochus. Means you go on telling your mind, this is not, this is not. Any thought that comes to your mind, you go on telling, this is not this, not this, not this. Then the inspiration starts coming. You see, what I feel, people are not inspired. They have got fear on one side. Suddenly you do something to them, they go into a fear, a trauma. Or else, if you try to be good to them, they go into an ego trip. So to stay in the center, what you have to do is to go on saying, not this thought and not this thought. Then you will be a deep surgeon. Best is this, because intellect is nothing, so-called intellect. Only God has intelligence, nobody has. To be very frank. It's a big joke, isn't it? But it is. Everyone thinks they are intelligent, but they are not, they are stupid. You see, all stupidity is considered as intelligence these days. For example, cunningness, it never pays you dividends. What is intellect? Is the only understanding of intellect as Adi Shankaracharya had put it, na yoga na sankhya. All these things are good for nothing. Only service to your mother is the best. Ask your intellect, is it serving my mother? Intellect will tell you, the so-called intellect of human beings, to cheat yourself. It cheats. It gives you escapes. It cheats. All the time the intellect is working by saying, this may be good, that may be good. You see, but the real good it never sees. It's a trick of the ego. Trick of the ego. It's a choices. Ego likes choices, you see. So, this is good, this is bad, this I don't like, this. All I business should be given up and say that not this, not this, not. We should come. We, not I. Now you are not anymore I's, you are we. That's how the intellect will go away. Because this intellect has gathered all kind of nonsense and it doesn't exist. That's the biggest Maya. It doesn't exist. There is no intelligence at all. What is the intelligence? It's just to understand that there is nothing like his intellect. There are nothing. You see, to explain his intellect would be something like explaining human civilization to an ant. Even that is easier. It's like that. His intellect. And it's so innocent, so simple. I mean, anybody is amazed. How can that? So the most intelligent person is the one who knows that our intellect is just an ego trip. This is the sign of pure intelligence. The sign of pure understanding that the heart is the ruler, there resides a spirit which is the most intelligent thing within us, and the inspiration of the spirit is the manifestation of the pure intellect of God. And what I told you today is the intellect of the heart. But of the brain, zero. But then what's the use of the brain? Why have brain? Why not only have heart? It would be all right. But the brain is the one which acts. Heart gives the inspiration, but the brain acts on it. It's communicating. But the inspiration, the source is the heart, is the spirit. Again, connect yourself to the spirit. Intelligently, how will you explain Kundalini awakening? Leave alone Kundalini. How can you explain sprouting of the seed? Intelligently. through your intellect. Explain. Means explain why. How? Sprouting of the seed, a simple thing, which you see 1,001 times. How will you explain? Intellect is, that says, I cannot explain, which is a limited thing. It's ego, nothing but important. And once you get rid of it, then the pure intellect starts. You see, this yoga thing, you will be amazed, you see. Who is just, he came to us as a bhoot, absolutely. He's so much changed, now he speaks, I tell you, he speaks like a saint. I was amazed. He speaks so well sometimes that I want to quote him sometimes, the way he speaks about something. I'm amazed how he has started talking like that. So whatever you have to say, relate it to the spirit. You will talk like saints. Relate it to spirit, not to anything else. Relate it to spirit, and you'll be amazed. He told me that there are many people in this world who are absurd. I said, how do you know? He says, because they don't want to know anything about you. I don't know why are they here and why have you created them. You see, he was a person with so many boots on his head. He is such a beautiful man, I tell you. He says, this your servant is all right, but he has to learn certain things if he has to live well. He doesn't have neatness because his mind is not neat. He has to be a cleaner person. But his mind is not clean. His heart is all right, but the mind should be clean. I was amazed at him. He's not an educated man or anything, just an ordinary person. But they start talking like prophets. I think you better read some of the prophets, you will also start talking like that. You read Kabir, Khalil Gibran, all these people. What is plague? He was a prophet too. You can talk like him. Why not? He talked to his spirit, isn't it? Pure intelligence. Then you became Shri Rama, if you can do that. So today is a great day. I'm happy you all could come. And it has worked out so well that I was going to come here and talk about Shri Ram and wish you all that you follow him up. Respect yourself. And it's your responsibility to be good, to be like that. To work it out that way. May God bless you. Who has given you that one?
Now, let us start Sri Ganesha Puja.
ॐ नमस्ते गणपतये त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं तत्त्वमसि त्वमेव केवलं कर्तासि त्वमेव केवलं धर्तासि त्वमेव केवलं हर्तासि त्वमेव सर्वं खल्विदं ब्रह्मासि त्वं साक्षादात्मासि नित्यं ऋतं वच्मि सत्यं वच्मि त्वं माम् अववक्तारम् अवश्रोतारम् अवदातारम् अवधातारम् अवानुचाम् अवशिष्यम् अवपश्चात् अवपुरस्तात् अवोत्तरात् अवदक्षिणात् अवचोद्धात् अवाधरात् सर्वतो मां पाहि पाहि समन्तात् त्वं वाङ्मयस्त्वं चिन्मयः त्वम् आनन्दमयस्त्वं ब्रह्ममयः त्वं सच्चिदानन्दाद्वितीयोऽसि त्वं प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्मासि त्वं ज्ञानमयो विज्ञानमयोऽसि सर्वं जगदिदं त्वत्तो जायते सर्वं जगदिदं त्वत्तः तिष्ठति सर्वं जगदिदं त्वयि लयमेष्यति सर्वं जगदिदं त्वयि प्रत्येति त्वं भूमिरापो नलो नीलो नभः त्वं चत्वारि वाक्पदानि त्वं गुणत्रयातीतः त्वं देहत्रयातीतः त्वं कालत्रयातीतः त्वं मूलाधारस्थितोऽसि नित्यं त्वं शक्तित्रयात्मकः त्वं योगिनो ध्यायन्ति नित्यं त्वं ब्रह्मा त्वं विष्णुस्त्वं रुद्रस्त्वम् इन्द्रस्त्वम् अग्निस्त्वं वायुस्त्वं सूर्यस्त्वं चन्द्रमास्त्वं ब्रह्म भूर्भुवस्वरों गणादि पूर्वमुच्चार्य वर्णादि तदनन्तरम् अनुस्वारः परतरः अर्धे तुलसितं तारेण रुद्धम् एतत्तव मनुस्वरूपं गकारः पूर्वरूपम् अकारो मध्यमरूपम् अनुस्वारश्चान्त्यरूपं बिन्दुरुत्तररूपं नादः सन्धानं सहिता सन्धिः सैषा गणेशविद्या गणक ऋषिः निःश्रेगायत्री छन्दः गणपतेर्देवता ॐ गं गणपतये नमः एकदन्ताय विद्महे वक्रतुण्डाय धीमहि तन्नो दन्ती प्रचोदयात् एकदन्तं चतुर्हस्तं पाशम् अङ्कुशधारिणं रथं च वर्णं हस्तैर्बिभ्राणं मूषकध्वजं रक्तं लम्बोदरं शूर्पकर्णकं रक्तवाससं रक्तगन्धानुलिप्ताङ्गं रक्तपुष्पैः सुपूजितं भक्तानुकम्पिनं देवं जगत्कारणम् अच्युतम् आविर्भूतं च सृष्ट्यादौ प्रकृतेः पुरुषात् परम् एवं ध्यायति यो नित्यं स योगी योगिनावरः नमो रातपतये नमो गणपतये नमः प्रमथपतये नमस्ते अस्तु लम्बोदराय एकदन्ताय विघ्ननाशिने शिवसुताय श्रीवरदमूर्तये नमो नमः साक्षात् श्री आदि आदिशक्ति माता जी श्री निर्मला देव्यै नमो नमः।
रक्तगात्र धूम्रनेत्र शुभ्रवस्त्रमण्डितं कल्पवृक्ष भक्तरक्ष्णमोऽस्तु ते गजाननम्। पाशपाणि चक्रपाणि मूषकाविरोहिणम् अग्निकोटि सूर्यज्योति वज्रकोटि निर्मला। पाशपाणि चक्रपाणि मूषकाविरोहिणम् अग्निकोटि सूर्यज्योति वज्रकोटि निर्मलम्। चित्रमाल भक्तिजाल बालचन्द्र शोभितं कल्पवृक्ष भक्तरक्ष्णमोऽस्तु ते गजाननम्। गणेशमीशनन्दनं एकदन्तवक्रतुण्डनागयज्ञसूत्रकम् रक्तगात्रधूम्रनेत्र शुभ्रवस्त्रमण्डितं कल्पवृक्ष भक्तरक्ष्णमोऽस्तु ते गजाननम्।
दिव्यवाहिनी कालचाल लोकपाल वन्दिता
भूतभाव्य हव्य काव्य भूग्र भागवर्जितं दिव्यवाहिनी कालचाल लोकपाल वन्दितं पूर्ण ब्रह्म सूर्यवर्ण पुरुषं पुरातनं कल्पवृक्ष भक्तरक्ष्णमोऽस्तु ते गजाननम्। गणेशमीशनन्दनं एकदन्तवक्रतुण्डनागयज्ञसूत्रकम् रक्तगात्रधूम्रनेत्र शुभ्रवस्त्रमण्डितं कल्पवृक्ष भक्तरक्ष्णमोऽस्तु ते गजाननम्। विश्वकर्म निर्मला विश्वहर्ता विश्वकर्ता यंत्र तंत्र पूजिता
विश्वकर्म निर्मलं विश्वार्ता विश्वकर्ता यन्त्रतन्त्र पूजितं चतुर्मुखं चतुर्भुजं सेवितं चतुर्युगं कल्पवृक्षभक्तरत्नमोऽस्तु ते गजानना नन्दनं एकदन्तवक्रतुण्डनागयज्ञसूत्रकम् रक्तगात्रधूम्रनेत्रशुभ्रवस्त्रमण्डितं कल्पवृक्षभक्तरत्नमोऽस्तु ते गजाननं नमोऽस्तु ते गजाननं नमोऽस्तु ते गजाननम्
करत हो भक्तन का प्रतिपाल नमामि श्री गणराज दयाल नमामि श्री गणराज दयाल नमामि श्री गणराज दयाल करत हो भक्तन का प्रतिपाल करत हो भक्तन का प्रतिपाल नमामि श्री गणराज दयाल नमामि श्री गणराज दिन ध्यान धरे जो प्राणी हरे सकल भवजा निश दिन ध्यान धरे जो प्राणी हरे सकल भवजा जन्म मरण से होत निराला जन्म मरण से
काल नमामि श्री गणराज दयाल नमामि श्री गणराज दयाल
वाहन त्रिशूल परेश्वर चंदन तिलक विशाल वाहन त्रिशूल परेश्वर चंदन तिलक विशाल हमारे बसव यावत तुमको हमारी बसव यावत तुमको हरि जयादा नमामि श्री गणराज नमामि श्री गणराज करता हो साधन का प्रतिपाल करता हो साधन का प्रतिपाल
नमामि श्री गणराज दयाल नमामि श्री गणराज दयाल नमामि श्री गणराज दयाल जय जय जननी श्री गणेश की जय जय जननी श्री गणेश की प्रतिमा परमेश्वर परेश की प्रतिमा परमेश्वर परेश की जय जय जननी श्री गणेश की जय जय जननी श्री गणेश की प्रतिमा परमेश्वर परेश की प्रतिमा परमेश्वर परेश की जय गजवदन षडानन माता जय 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 निर्मल माता जय गजवदन षडानन माता जय 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 निर्मल माता ध्यान दान की सुंदर प्रतिमा ध्यान दान की सुंदर प्रतिमा बनिवाहिनी शुभ संदेश की बनिवाहिनी शुभ संदेश की जय जय जननी Shri Ganesh ki
Pratibha Parameshwara Paresh ki Pratibha Parameshwara Paresh
Jai Adi Shakti Mata Nirmala Jaya 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 Bhakta Vatsala Jaya Adi Shakti hai Mata Nirmala Jaya 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 Bhakta Vatsala Bhakti Dan Do Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Dan Do Bhakti Gamya Kijiye Kripa Nirmal Ganesh ki Kijiye Kripa Nirmal Ganesh ki Jaya Jaya Janani Shri Ganesh ki Jaya Jaya Janani Shri Ganesh ki
Pratibha Parameshwara Paresh ki Pratibha Parameshwara Paresh
हे जगदम्बे माता भवानी शुद्ध विद्या तव चरण न जानी हे जगदम्बे माता भवानी शुद्ध विद्या तव चरण न जानी मोक्षदान दो मोक्ष प्रदायिनी मोक्षदान दे मोक्ष प्रदायिनी विनाशिनी भवतवेशति विनाशिनी भवतवेशति जय जय जननी श्री गणेश की जय जय जननी श्री गणेश की प्रतिमा परमेश्वर परेश की
Pratibha Parameshwara Paresh
सविनय विनती सुनिए हमारी माँ निर्मल भोली अति प्यारी सविनय विनती सुनिए हमारी माँ निर्मल भोली अति प्यारी मन अंतर में ज्योत जला दो मन अंतर में ज्योत जला दो चंद्र निभा ज्योति दिनेश की चंद्र निभा ज्योति दिनेश की जय जय जननी श्री गणेश की जय जय जननी श्री गणेश की प्रतिमा परमेश्वर परेश की प्रतिमा परमेश्वर परेश की जय जय जननी श्री गणेश की जय जय जननी श्री गणेश की प्रतिमा परमेश्वर परेश की प्रतिमा परमेश्वर परेश की प्रतिमा परमेश्वर परेश की
Now let's start Devi Puja.
兴就好吧？
Yeah.
都有兴趣搞吧？就没兴趣。
अनादि निर्गुणी प्रगटली भवानी अनादि निर्गुणी प्रगटली भवानी महिषासूर मर्दना लागोरी महिषासूर मर्दना लागोरी त्रिविध तापांची करावया जाळणी त्रिविध तापांची करावया जाळणी भक्ता लागोरी पावती निर्वाणी भक्ता लागोरी पावती निर्वाणी भक्ता लागोरी छोटवा मागे नाच्या छोटवा मागे नाच्या छोटवा मागे नाच्या छोटवा मागे नाच्या छोटवा
अमृत रसाची परिण मी तुरडी अमृत रसाची आता साजणी झाले मी निसंग आता साजणी झाले मी निसंग विकल्प नावड्याचा सोडील संग विकल्प नावड्याचा सोडील संग कामा क्रोधाने सोडील मांग कामा क्रोधाने केला मोकळा मार्ग सुरंगा केला मोकळा मार्ग सुरंगा मोकळा ऐसा जोगवा मागून गेला ऐसा जोगवा मागून गेला जाऊन माधवारी नवसम्या फेडीला जाऊन माधवारी नवसम्या फेडीला एका जनार्दनी एका देखीला एका जनार्दनी एका देखीला राम्या चुकवीला जन्म मरणाचा राम्या चुकवीला जन्म मरणाचा जोगवा गेला जोगवा जोगवा गेला जोगवा गेला जोगवा जोगवा गेला जोगवा हासत आली निर्मल आई घालुनी पैंजण पायी आई घालुनी पैंजण पायी हासत आली निर्मल आई हासत आली निर्मल आई घालुनी पैंजण पायी आई घालुनी पैंजण पायी नवरत्नाचा मुकुट शिरावर
नवरत्नाचा मुकुट शिरावर
कांती शोभे मोती हार
कांती शोभे मोती हार
सुंदर माझी निर्मल आई
सुंदर माझी निर्मल आई
घालुनी पैंजण पायी आई घालुनी पैंजण पायी हासत आली निर्मल आई हासत आली निर्मल आई घालुनी पैंजण पायी आई घालुनी पैंजण पायी हरिपदराचा कसुनी पितांबर
हरिपदराचा कसुनी पितांबर
चोळील्याली बोटेदार
चोळीयारी गोटेदार
सुंदर माझी निर्मल आई सुंदर माझी निर्मल आई घालुनी पैंजण पायी आई घालुनी पैंजण पायी हासत आली निर्मल आई हासत आली निर्मल
आई घालुनी पैंजण पायी आई घालुनी पैंजण पायी
शिव ब्रह्मा विष्णू ही सारे शिव ब्रह्मा विष्णू ही सारे ख्याती निशिदिन मुनिवर सारे
ख्याती निशिदिन मुनिवर सारे
सुंदर माझी निर्मल आई सुंदर माझी निर्मल आई घालुनी पैंजण पायी आई घालुनी पैंजण पायी हासत आली निर्मल आई हासत आली निर्मल आई घालुनी पैंजण पायी आई घालुनी पैंजण पायी सहजयोगी आम्ही अशी पाहिली
सहजोगी आम्ही अशी पाहिली
शरणला किसना सारा माहीत आहे
शरणला भिजला खरवणी जाई
सुंदर
माझी निर्मल आई सुंदर
दुर्गति हारिणी दुर्गा अम्बे अम्बे अम्बे
Bagus kata? Pakita?
ओ मेरे जाग उठे भाग, सिर पे चरण कमल की छाओ, सारे जग में पड़ी पधाई रे मेरी निर्मल माँ। बोलो श्री जगदम्बे आई रे मेरी निर्मल माँ। बोलो श्री जगदम्बे आई रे मेरी निर्मल माँ। ओ मेरे जाग उठे भाग, सिर पे चरण कमल की छाप, मेरे जाग उठे भाग, सिर पे चरण कमल की छाप, सारे जग में पड़ी बधाई रे मेरी निर्मल माँ। आई श्री जगदम्बे आई रे मेरी निर्मल माँ। श्री जगदम्बे आई रे मेरी निर्मल माँ। वो माँ की शक्ति है बलशाली, निर्मला देवी शेरा वाली, इस दर पे न रहे कोई खाली, जग गुलशन की है रखवाली, जननी है जन्मदायिनी सहजो कर्मदायिनी, जननी है जन्मदायिनी सहजो कर्मदायिनी, हृदय में न खुशी समाई रे मेरी निर्मला माँ। श्री जगदम्बे आई रे मेरी निर्मला माँ। श्री जगदम्बे आई रे मेरी निर्मला माँ। ओ मानव रचना में माँ का अंश बड़ा है, रत्नों का भंडार भरा है, मानव में अहंकार भरा है, अपनी शक्ति से दूर खड़ा है, पीड़ित नरक में बाई पार करे निर्मल माई, पीड़ित नरक में बाई पार करे निर्मल माई, देवी जगदम्बे का लग गया फेरा,
जगदम्बे का लग गया फेरा,
चित चिंता का कटेगा घेरा,
चित चिंता का कटेगा घेरा,
स्वर्ग बनेगा जीवन तेरा,
स्वर्ग बनेगा जीवन तेरा।
सच्चे दिल से ध्यान कर ले माता जी का मान कर ले, सच्चे दिल से ध्यान कर ले माता जी का मान कर ले, रूहानी आवाज आए मेरी निर्मल माँ,
जगदम्बे आई रे, जगदम्बे आई रे, मेरी निर्मल माँ।
उठे बाग सिर पे चरण कमल की छाप,
सारे जग में बड़ी बधाई रे, मेरी निर्मल माँ।
जगदम्बे आई रे मेरी निर्मल माँ,
जगदम्बे आई रे, मेरी निर्मल माँ, मेरी निर्मल माँ।
Now let's start Shri Rama Puja. Let us offer weapon and cloth of Shri Ram.
रघुपति राघव राजा राम, पतित पावन सीताराम। रघुपति राघव राजा राम, पतित पावन सीताराम। सीताराम जय सीताराम, भज प्यारे तू सीताराम। सीताराम जय सीताराम, भज प्यारे तू सीताराम। ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरे नाम, सबको सन्मति दे भगवान। रघुपति राघव राजा राम, पतित पावन सीताराम। रघुपति राघव राजा राम, पतित पावन सीताराम। सीताराम जय सीताराम, भज प्यारे तू सीताराम। सीताराम जय सीताराम, भज प्यारे तू सीताराम। ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरे नाम, सबको सन्मति दे भगवान। रघुपति
Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram Patita Pavana Sitaram Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram Patita Pavana Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Bhaja Pyare Tu Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Bhaja Pyare Tu Sitaram Ishwar Allah Tere naam Sabko sammati de Bhagavan Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram Patita Pavana Sitaram Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram Patita Pavana Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Bhaja Pyare Tu Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Bhaja Pyare Tu Sitaram Ishwar Allah Tere naam Sabko sammati de Bhagavan Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram Patita Pavana Sitaram Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram Patita Pavana Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Bhaja Pyare Tu Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Bhaja Pyare Tu Sitaram Ishwar Allah Tere naam Sabko sammati de Bhagavan Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram Patita Pavana Sitaram Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram Patita Pavana Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Bhaja Pyare Tu Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Bhaja Pyare Tu Sitaram Ishwar Allah Tere naam Sabko sammati de Bhagavan Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram Patita Pavana Sitaram Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram Patita Pavana Sitaram
हे अंजनीच्या सुता तुला रामाचं वरदान, एक मुखानं बोला बोला जय जय हनुमान. हे अंजनीच्या सुता तुला रामाचं वरदान, एक मुखाने बोला बोला जय जय हनुमान. अंजनीच्या सुता तुला रामाचं वरदान, एक मुखाने बोला बोला जय जय हनुमान. तुझी राम भक्ती दिव्य तुझी काया, बालपणी गेला की तू सूर्याला धराया. बालपणी गेला की तू सूर्याला धराया. हारे हदरली ही धरणी थरथरले आसमान, एक मुखाने बोला बोला जय जय हनुमान. अंजनीच्या सुता तुला रामाचं वरदान, एक मुखाने बोला बोला जय जय हनुमान. अंजनीच्या सुता तुला रामाचं वरदान, एक मुखाने बोला बोला जय जय हनुमान.
Laksmana murka laguni amana, Petrona giri satiraya kele tu udana. Petrona giri satiraya kele tu udana.
हे तळहातावर आला घेऊनी पंच प्राण, एक मुखाने बोला बोला जय जय हनुमान. अंजनीच्या सुता तुला रामाचे वरदान, एक मुखाने बोला बोला जय जय हनुमान. अंजनीच्या सुता तुला रामाचे वरदान, एक मुखाने बोला बोला जय जय हनुमान.
तिथे रामनाचा तू वाजविल डंका, देते खलवर सारे परी हसले विभीषणा. एक मुखाने बोला बोला जय जय हनुमान. अंजनीच्या सुता तुला रामाचे वरदान, एक मुखाने बोला बोला जय जय हनुमान. अंजनीच्या सुता तुला रामाचे वरदान, एक मुखाने बोला बोला जय जय हनुमान. हार तुला नवरत्नांच्या जानकीने घातला, पाहिले सफोडून मोती राम कुठे आतला. आतला पाहिले सफोडून माती राम कुठे आतला. उद्घाणी आपली छाती दाविले प्रभू भगवान,
एक मुखाने बोला बोला जय जय हनुमान. अंजनीच्या सुता तुला रामाचं वरदान, एक मुखाने बोला बोला जय जय हनुमान. अंजनीच्या सुता तुला रामाचं वरदान, एक मुखाने बोला बोला जय जय हनुमान.
हे किती गेले किती संपले फरार तुझ्या परी नव्हतं सारे अजूनी दरारा हा तुझ्या परी नव्हता सरे अजूनी दरारा हे धावत ये लवकरी आम्ही झालो रे हैराण एक मुखाने बोला बोला जय जय हनुमान अंजनीच्या सुता तुला रामाचं वरदान एक मुखाने बोला बोला जय जय हनुमान अंजनीच्या सुता तुला रामाचे वरदान एक मुखाने बोला बोला जय जय हनुमान अंजनीच्या सुता तुला रामाचे वरदान एक मुखाने बोला बोला जय जय हनुमान हे धन्य तुझे रामराज धन्य तुझी सेवा तुझे भक्त आम्ही सारे गुणवंत देवा तुझे भक्त आम्ही सारे गुणवंत देवा बोलावून घेतो तुला पिंगळेवर आज एक मुखाने बोला बोला जय जय हनुमान अंजनीच्या सुता तुला रामाचे वरदान एक मुखाने बोला बोला जय जय हनुमान अंजनीच्या सुता तुला रामाचे वरदान एक मुखाने बोला बोला जय जय हनुमान अंजनीच्या सुता तुला रामाचे वरदान राम लक्ष्मण जानकी जय बोला हनुमान की 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 हनुमान की जय बोला हनुमान की जय बोला हनुमान की
Let us put our left hand on our right heart. Shri Sita Ram mantra. Tvameva sakshat Shri Sita Rama sakshat Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Shri Nirmala Devi Namo Namaha. Amen. Salutations to Sri Ganesha. The presiding sage for Shri Ram Kavach Mastutra mantra is Buddha Koshika. The motto is Anuštap. The presiding deity are Shri Ramachandra and Shri Sita. The power is Shri Sita. Shri Hanuman is the key to Shri Rama. The Shri Rama Rakshastotram is recited to please Shri Ramachandra. The physical description of Shri Rama is as follows. His hands are very long, reaching down to his knees. He is holding a bow and an arrow in his hands. He is sitting like a yogi and wearing yellow clothes. His eyes are joy-giving, like a fresh lotus petal. He is happy as he looks at his wife, Shri Sita, who sits on his left, and his skin is dark like a rain-filled cloud. His radiant body is covered with glittering ornaments, and his hair is tied in the top knot. The description ends here. The vast narration of Sri Rama's character as told in the Ramayana numbers 100 million verses. Every syllable of it capable of destroying the greatest sins of human beings. Meditate upon the following. His skin is dark like a blue lotus, and his eyes are like lotus, big and joy-giving. Alongside him are Sri Lakshmana and his wife Sri Sita. He is decorated with a top knot and his crown. He has a sword in one hand and a bow and arrow in the other, and spear arrows in his quiver to kill the Rakshasas. He is beyond birth and death. His powers have no limits, and through his own divine play, Leela, he has incarnated to destroy all the negative forces and protect this world. A wise man should learn by heart this praise of that unborn and all-pervading Sri Rama, called Ram Rakshastutram, which destroys all evil and fulfills all desires. May Raghava, the one who is born in the famous line of Raghraja, protect my head. May Dashrath Atmaja, the son of King Dashratha, protect my forehead. May Kausalya, the son of Queen Kausalya, protect both my eyes. May Vishwamitra Priya, the favorite disciple of Lord Vishwamitra, protect both my ears. May Makastrata, the protector of Havans, protect my nose. May Saumitri Vatsala, who loves his brother Lakshmana, protect my mouth. May Vidyanidhi, who abounds with knowledge, protect my tongue. May Bharata Vandita, the one who is worshipped by Bharat, protect my throat. May Divya Yudhya, who possesses all the powerful weapons, protect my shoulders. May Pagnesha Karmuka, who broke the bow of Sri Shiva during the Swayamvara of Sri Sita, protect both my arms. May Sri Sitapati, Sri Sita's husband, protect my hands. May Jagadagnya Jit, who vanquished Parashurama, protect my heart. May Kara Dvaunsi, who destroyed the Rakshasa named Kor, protect the center of my body. May Jambhava, the Ashraya, who gave refuge to Jamban, protect my navel. May Sugrivasha, who is the Lord of Sugriv, protect my waist. May Hanumat Prabhu, who is the Lord of Hanuman, protect my groin. May Raghutama, who is the destroyer of the lineage of the Rakshasas, protect my thighs. May Setukrut, who built a bridge over the seas, protect my needs. May Dashamukh Antaka, who destroyed the 10-faced Ravana, protect my calves. May Bibhishana Shrida, who gave Raj Lakshmi to Bibhishan, protect my feet. May Rama, who gives joy to everyone, protect my body. Anyone who learns this Ram Kavach with devotion, which is full of the power of Sri Rama, will live a long life, will be contented and happy, will have sons and will succeed wherever they go, gifted with humility. Anyone under the protection of Sri Rama's names through the Ram Kavach will not even be seen by evil spirits or dead people living on earth or in the sky or in hell. Anyone who remembers the name of Sri Rama as Rama, the one who gives joy, Ramchandra, the one who is joyful like the full moon, or Rambhadra, auspicious joy, never falls prey to sin, will experience all types of well-being, and in the end achieves liberation, ultimate union with the Supreme. Anyone who remembers this stotra by heart, protected by names of Sri Rama, gets all the siddhis, special divine powers. This Ram Raksha or Ram Kavach is as strong as the iron cage of Lord Indra, hence it is also called Vajrapanja. The one who recites this Ram Raksha triumphs wherever he goes, is victorious and auspicious and obeyed by all. This Ram Raksha was recited by Sri Shiva in the dreams of sage Buddha Kaushika, and he wrote it down in the morning of the following day, exactly as told, in the state of exalted wisdom. Shri Rama is like a beautiful garden of nectar-giving trees, Karpa Bruksha. Shri Rama, who captures the heart, who is the destroyer of all our troubles and worries, and who is praised throughout the three lokas, heaven, earth, and hell, is our Lord. Shri Rama and Shri Lakshmana are young, handsome, well-built, very strong and courageous. Their wide eyes are like lotuses. They wear dark-colored cloth made from animal skins and tree bark. They eat roots and herbs. They have gained mastery over their sense organs and appear spiritually evolved. They are chaste. They protect all life. These sons of Dashratha, these brothers Ram and Lakshmana, and are the greatest of all the archer warriors. They have destroyed the dynasty of the Rakshasas. May Shri Rama and his brother Lakshman, with all those divine qualities, who are the heads of the Raghu dynasty, protect us. May Shri Ram and his brother Lakshmana, who have a bow and arrow ready in their hands and have limitless arrows in their quivers, forever walk in front of me on my path to protect me. May Shri Rama, who is youthful, who is always on guard, having a bow and arrow and sword in hands, who is always guiding our minds, and who, with Sri Lakshmana, is omnipresent in the universe, protect us. The names of Sri Rama are Rama, the one who gives joy, Dashrati, the son of Dashratha, Sura, courageous, Lakshman Anuchara, that one whose servant is Sri Lakshmana, Bali, the one who is mighty and strong, Kakusta, the descendant of Sri Kakusta, Purusha, the one who is a great man, Purna, the one who is Purna Brahma, the entire universe, Kausalya, the son of Kausalya, Raguttama, the highest of Raghu dynasty, Vedanta, Vedya, the one who is known through the knowledge of Vedanta, Yagnesha, the lord of Havans, Prana Purushottama, the ancient ideal human being, Janaki Vatsala, Janaki Vallabha, loved by Sri Sita, Shriman, the one who possesses everything, and Aprameya Parakrama, the warrior without equal. There is no doubt that one who takes these names of Sri Rama receives the highest form of blessing from Sri Rama, higher even than those of the Ashvamedha Havan. One who praises Sri Ram, whose skin is dark as the durva grass, whose eyes are like a lotus, and who wears yellow garments, through the divine power of these 16 names, is freed from the bondage of sin and death. Sri Rama, who is Lakshman Pravaja, the elder brother of Sri Lakshmana, Raghuvara, the highest of the Raghu dynasty, Sitapati, the husband of Sri Sita, Siddhara, who is very handsome, Kakusta, the descendant of Sri Kakusta, Karuna Arnava, the ocean of compassion, Gunanidhi, who abounds with good qualities, Viprapriya, who loves realized souls, Dharmikam, who is righteous and dharmic, Rajendra, who is the king of kings, Satyasanda, the lover of truth, Dashratha Tanaya, the son of Dashrath, Shamala, whose skin is dark, Shantamurti, whose personality is peaceful, Lokambi Rama, who gives joy to others, Raghu Kulatilaka, who decorates the Raghu dynasty like kumkum on the forehead, Raghava, who belongs to the Raghu dynasty, Ravanari, who is the enemy of Ravana. I bow to you. I bow to Sri Rama, the husband of Sri Sita, who is also known as Rambhadra, the one who is auspicious joy, Ramachandra, the one who is joyful like the full moon, Vedas, God the Creator, Raghunath, the Lord of the Raghu dynasty, and Natha, the Lord. O Sri Rama, who is the scion of the Raghu dynasty, who is the elder brother of Bharata, and who is terrifying in battle, be our protector. I worship the feet of Ramchandra in my heart. Through my songs and prayers, I praise the feet of Shri Ramchandra. I bow at the feet of Shri Ramchandra. I surrender at the feet of Shri Ramchandra. Shri Rama is my mother and my father. He is my Lord and my friend. So also the ever-compassionate Shri Rama is everything to me, and I know nothing else at all. I bow to Shri Raghu Nandana, on whose right side is Shri Lakshmana and on whose left is King Janaka's daughter Shri Sita. And before him is Shri Hanumana, Maruti, the son of Maruta, the wind. Shri Rama, who gives joy to everyone, who fights courageously on the battlefield, whose eyes are like a lotus, who is the greatest of the Raghu dynasty, and who is a compassionate Lord, I surrender to him. Shri Hanumana, who flies in the sky with the speed of thought, who is as swift as the wind, who has masters and controls his sense organs, who is the most intelligent of all, who is the chief of the monkeys, who is the son of the Lord of the wind, and who is the messenger of Shri Rama, I surrender to you. I bow to sage Valmiki, who like a cuckoo sits on a tree of poetry, singing Ram Ram melodiously in a beautiful voice. Shri Rama, who is the destroyer of all our troubles and who gives us wealth and who gives joy to the people, I bow to you again and again. When we sing Ram Ram heartily and worship Shri Rama, it burns away the seeds of worldly problems. It makes us the witness, gives us material well-being, and frightens the messenger of Shri Rama, god of death. I worship the husband of Shri Sita, Shri Rama, the King of Kings, who is forever victorious. I bow to Shri Rama, who has killed the army of Rakshasas. I consider no one greater than Shri Rama, and I am his servant. Shri Rama, let my attention be always on your being, and may you help me to evolve. Shri Shiva tells Shri Parvati, whoever takes the name of Shri Ram and worships him, with such a person I am pleased. This praise of Shri Rama is equal to the Vishnu Sahasranama, the 1,000 names of Shri Vishnu. Thus the Ram Kavach written by sage Buddha Kaushika reaches its fulfillment. May it be offered at the feet of Shri Rama. Sakshat Shri Adi Shakti Mataji Shri Nirmala Devi Namo Namaha.
जग में सुंदर है दो नाम, 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 दो नाम। ओ जग में सुंदर है दो नाम, चाहे कृष्ण का हो या राम। जग में सुंदर है दो नाम, चाहे कृष्ण का हो या राम। बोलो राम राम राम, बोलो श्याम श्याम श्याम, बोलो राम राम राम, बोलो श्याम श्याम श्याम। वो माखन ब्रिज में एक चुरावे, माखन ब्रिज में एक चुरावे, एक बेर बिलनी के खावे। माखन ब्रिज में एक चुरावे, एक बेर बिलनी के खावे। प्रेम भाव से बड़े अनोखे दोनों के है काम, चाहे कृष्ण का हो या राम। जग में सुंदर है दो नाम, चाहे कृष्ण का हो या राम। बोलो राम राम राम, बोलो श्याम श्याम श्याम, बोलो राम राम राम, बोलो श्याम श्याम श्याम। कंस पापी को मारे, एक कंस पापी को मारे, एक दुष्ट रावण संहारे। एक कंस पापी को मारे, एक दुष्ट रावण संहारे। दोनों दीन के दुख हरत है, दोनों बल के राम। चाहे कृष्ण का हो या राम, जग में सुंदर है दो नाम। चाहे कृष्ण का हो या राम, जग में सुंदर है दो नाम। चाहे कृष्ण का हो या राम, बोलो राम राम राम, बोलो श्याम श्याम श्याम, बोलो राम राम राम, बोलो श्याम श्याम श्याम। एक राधिका के संग राजे, एक राधिका के संग राजे, एक जानकी संग विराजे। एक राधिका के संग राजे, एक जानकी संग विराजे। चाहे सीता राम कहो, चाहे सीता राम कहो, या बोलो राधे श्याम। चाहे कृष्ण कहो या राम, जग में सुंदर है दो नाम। चाहे कृष्ण कहो या राम, बोलो राम राम राम, बोलो श्याम श्याम श्याम, बोलो राम राम राम, बोलो श्याम श्याम श्याम। बोलो राम, बोलो राम, बोलो राम, बोलो राम, बोलो राम, बोलो राम, बोलो राम राम राम, बोलो श्याम श्याम श्याम, बोलो राम राम राम, बोलो श्याम श्याम श्याम, बोलो राम राम राम, बोलो श्याम श्याम श्याम।
全部半音上げてんの。 戻した。さっきの元。どこに戻った？निर्मला किती वर्णावी तुझी ग स्तुती निर्मला किती वर्णावी तुझी ग स्तुती मानवाला देतेस मानवाला देतेस देवाची अनुभूती मला किती वर्णावी तुझी ग स्तुती अग किती वर्णावी तुझी ग स्तुती मुरलीच्या स्वरात तू मुरलीच्या स्वरात तू हृदय स्पंदाच्या लयीत तू मुरलीच्या स्वरात तू हृदय स्पंदाच्या लयीत आनंदाच्या सरीत तू सागराच्या भरणीत तू निर्मला किती वर्णावी तुझी ग स्तुती किती वर्णावी तुझी ग स्तुती मानवाला देतेस मानवाला देतेस देवाची अनुभूती निर्मला किती वर्णावी तुझी ग स्तुती प्रेमाच्या सापेक्ष तू धर्माच्या अपेक्ष तू प्रेमाच्या सापेक्ष तू धर्माच्या अपेक्ष तू कर्माचे मोक्ष हि तू मरमाचे आशाही तू निर्मला किती वर्णावी तुझी ग स्तुती निर्मला किती वर्णावी तुझी ग स्तुती मानवतेचे तत्व तू निर्गुणाचे सत्व तू मानवतेचे तत्व तू निर्गुणाचे सत्व तू कर्तृत्वाचे कर्तृत्व तू जीवनाचे अस्तित्व तू निर्मला किती वर्णावी तुझी ग स्तुती निर्मला
संगीताचा सूर तू, प्रेमाचा महापूर तू, संगीताचा सूर तू, संगीताचा सूर, संगीताचा सूर तू, प्रेमाचा महापूर तू, दिव्यांसाठी आतुर तू, आनंदाचा सागर तू, निर्मला किती वर्णावी तुझी स्तुती, निर्मला किती वर्णावी तुझी स्तुती, मला देतेस, मला देतेस देवाची आहुती, निर्मला किती वर्णावी तुझी स्तुती, मला किती वर्णावी तुझी स्तुती, 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 ओ किती वर्णावी तुझी स्तुती, ओ किती वर्णावी तुझी स्तुती, ओ किती वर्णावी तुझी स्तुती, किती वर्णावी तुझी स्तुती, ओ किती वर्णावी तुझी स्तुती, 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 तुझी स्तुती, तुझी स्तुती.
सर्वमङ्गल माङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थ साधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके गौरी नारायणी नमोस्तुते ब्रह्मरूपे सदानन्दे परमानन्द स्वरूपिणी रिद्धि सिद्धि प्रदे देवी नारायणी नमोस्तुते शरणागत 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 दीनार्थ परित्राण परायणे सर्वस्यार्ति हरे देवी नारायणी 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 नमोस्तुते विश्ववन्दिता निर्मला माता सर्वपूजिता निर्मला माता ब्रह्मस्वरूपिणी योगनिरूपिणी शुभदां वरदां नमो नमः विश्ववन्दिता निर्मला माता सनातना परशक्ति परमेश्वर की विश्वधारिणी मंगलकारिणी शुभदां वरदां नमो नमः विश्ववन्दिता निर्मला माता सर्वपूजिता निर्मला माता सहज योगिनी निर्मला निराश्रया सर्वेश्वरी प्रेमामूर्ति भक्तवत्सला स्नेहमयी मातेश्वरी भक्ति प्रदायिनी मुक्ति प्रदायिनी शुभदां वरदां नमो नमः विश्ववन्दिता निर्मला माता सर्वपूजिता निर्मला माता प्रगट सगुणा निर्गुणा रिद्धि सिद्धि की दात्री है सौम्या सरला महामया स्वातंजलि गुण पात्री है घट घट वासिनी आत्मविकासिनी शुभदां वरदां नमो नमः विश्ववन्दिता निर्मला माता सर्वपूजिता निर्मला माता ब्रह्मस्वरूपिणी योगनिरूपिणी शुभदां वरदां नमो नमः विश्ववन्दिता
विश्ववन्दिता
निर्मला माता सर्वपूजिता
सर्वपूजिता
निर्मला माता निर्मला माता निर्मला माता तो झुकी सबको दुआ देना माँ, सबको दुआ देना। जय निर्मल माता जी, जय निर्मल माता जी, दिल में सदा रहना माँ, सबको दुआ देना, सबको दुआ देना माँ, सबको दुआ देना। जय निर्मल माता जी, जय निर्मल माता जी, दिल में सदा रहना माँ, सबको दुआ देना। जग में संकट कारण कितने लिए अवतार माँ, कितने लिए अवतार। विश्व में तेरी महिमा, विश्व में तेरी महिमा, तू गंगा यमुना माँ, सबको दुआ देना, सबको दुआ देना माँ, सबको दुआ देना। जय निर्मल माता जी, जय निर्मल माता जी, दिल में सदा रहना माँ, सबको दुआ देना। जो भी शरण में आया सुख ही मिला उसको माँ, सुख ही मिला उसको। बैठ के दिल में ओ माँ, बैठ के दिल में ओ माँ, लौट के ना जाना माँ, सबको दुआ देना, सबको दुआ देना माँ, सबको दुआ देना। जय निर्मल माता जी, जय निर्मल माता जी, दिल में सदा रहना माँ, सबको दुआ देना। मानव में अवतर के कर दिया उजियाला माँ, कर दिया उजियाला। कलयुग में माया है, कलयुग में माया है, फिर भी पहचाना माँ, सबको दुआ देना, सबको दुआ देना माँ, सबको दुआ देना। जय निर्मल माता जी, जय निर्मल माता जी, दिल में सदा रहना माँ, सबको दुआ देना। संत जनों की धरती है भारत माता माँ, है भारत माता। इस धरती पर आकर, इस धरती पर आकर दुख
से दूर करना, माँ सबको दुआ देना, सबको दुआ देना, माँ सबको दुआ देना। जय निर्मल माता जी, जय निर्मल माता जी, दिल में सदा रहना, माँ सबको दुआ देना। जब दिल में आए तब मधुर संगीत सुन लो, माँ मधुर संगीत सुन लो। होय सके जो सेवा, होय सके जो सेवा, हमसे करा लेना, माँ सबको दुआ देना, सबको दुआ देना, माँ सबको दुआ देना। जय निर्मल माता जी, जय निर्मल माता जी, दिल में सदा रहना, माँ सबको दुआ देना, माँ सबको दुआ देना, माँ सबको दुआ देना। त्वमेव साक्षात् श्री महालक्ष्मी महासरस्वती त्रिगुणात्मिका कुंडलिनी साक्षात् श्री आदिशक्ति माता जी, श्री निर्मला नमो नमः। त्वमेव साक्षात् श्री कलकी साक्षात् श्री आदिशक्ति माता जी, श्री निर्मला देवी नमो नमः। ॐ Shri Nirmala Devi Namo Namaha. Shri Nirmala Devi Namo Namaha. बोलो श्री आदि शक्ति माता जी श्री निर्मला देवी की जय।
Holy Mother Shrimataji, thank you very much for coming on earth to give us self-realization, for the teachings and guidances. Thank you, Shrimataji, for allowing us to worship you on this auspicious day, together with all the brothers and sisters all over the world. Thank you for being present with us. Shrimataji, with our limited understandings, we might have committed any mistakes against your protocol. Please forgive us. Jai Shri Mataji. Now let us take collecting bandhan. Now we are going to offer flower bouquet from each hosting countries. First one is Thailand. And this one is from New Zealand. Next one is Australia. Thank you, Thailand, New Zealand, and Australia. Taiwan. Thank you, Taiwan, for the beautiful Havan yesterday. Philippines. Thank you, Philippines. In Indonesia. Thank you, Indonesia. And Vietnam. Thank you, Vietnam. Singapore. Thank you, Singapore. Hong Kong. Thank you, Hong Kong. And China, by Chinese person. And Malaysia. Thank you, China. Thank you, Malaysia. And Germany. Thank you very much, Germany, for being co-host country. And now, all the globe. We'd like to offer the whole globe. Thank you, all the brothers and sisters from all over the world, to be together with this auspicious puja. And thank you, Shri Mataji, again and again for blessing us, for giving us the guidance. We sincerely pray so that we can be the instrument of your love. Jai Shri Mataji.
Shines like 1,000 suns. You have given us more than we could ask for. Peace and harmony. Mataji, Mataji. Your face shines like 1,000 suns. You have given us more than we could ask for. Peace and harmony. Mataji, Mataji. Your face shines like 1,000 suns. You have given us more than we could ask for. Peace and harmony. Mataji, Mataji. Your face shines like 1,000 suns. You have given us more than we could ask for. Peace and harmony. Mataji, Mataji. Your face shines like 1,000 suns. You have given us more than we could ask for. Peace and harmony. Mataji, Mataji. Your face shines like 1,000 suns. You have given us more than we could ask for. Peace and harmony. Mataji, Mataji. Your face shines like 1,000 suns. You have given us more than we could ask for. Peace and harmony. Mataji, thousand suns. You have given us more than we could ask for. Peace and peace and harmony. Mataji, 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 more than we could ask for. Peace and peace and harmony. Mataji, Mataji, your face shines like a thousand suns. You have given us more than we could ask for. Bliss and peace and harmony.
Jai Shri Mataji. Thank you for being with us. Please stay and meditate together with us. We are going to leave the music on for a while. Jai Shri Mataji.